Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. Why Dumbledore is actually Death from the Three Brothers. Let's start with a theory about Albus Dumbledore that may forever change how you perceive the kindly old headmaster of Hogwarts. Have you ever considered that Albus Dumbledore might be more than just a powerful wizard? That perhaps, in the grand tapestry of the wizarding world, he represents something far more ancient and inevitable. Tonight, as the flames cast dancing shadows across these stone walls, I'd like to explore a fascinating theory that has lingered in the corners of the wizarding community, that Albus Dumbledore is, in fact, a personification of death itself. From the tale of the three brothers, let us first revisit this beloved wizarding fairy tale that we later discovered held such significance. Three brothers, traveling at twilight, reached a treacherous river. Being accomplished wizards, they conjured a bridge to cross, but midway, they encountered a hooded figure, Death himself. Angered that these travelers had cheated him of three new victims, Death, cunning and deceptive, feigned congratulations and offered each brother a prize. The first brother, combative and arrogant, requested an unbeatable wand. Death fashioned one from an elder tree nearby, the Elder Wand. The second brother, hoping to humiliate Death further, asked for the power to recall loved ones from Death's clutches. Death plucked a stone from the riverbank, the Resurrection Stone. The third brother, humble and wise, asked for something that would let him leave without being followed by Death. Reluctantly, Death handed over a piece of his own cloak of invisibility. In time, Death claimed the first brother, who was murdered for his wand. He claimed the second, who, driven to madness by the half-presence of his lost love, took his own life. But the third brother evaded Death for many years until, at a great age, he passed the cloak to his son and greeted Death as an old friend. Now, consider Dumbledore's interactions with these very items. The Deathly Hallows. Like Death in the tale, Dumbledore was present at the moment each Hallow found its way to Harry Potter. Imagine the corridor of Hogwarts, dimly lit by torchlight. It was Dumbledore who ensured Harry received the invisibility cloak, his father's inheritance, with just a simple note. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. The soft parchment, the elegant handwriting, the gentle passing of this powerful artifact to an 11-year-old boy who had no idea of its true significance. Years later, it was Dumbledore who bequeathed the Resurrection Stone, hidden within the golden snitch, to Harry through his will. The cold metal of the snitch, inscribed with the words, "I open at the close," concealing one of the most dangerous magical objects in existence, waiting for the moment when Harry would need it most. And finally, it was Dumbledore who orchestrated the passage of the Elder Wand, arranging through his own death that its deadly power would ultimately find its way to Harry. The Wand of Destiny, crafted from elder wood, with a core of Thestral tail hair, creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death. But the parallels run deeper than mere possession of these items. Consider how Dumbledore, like Death in the tale, greets the owners of each Hallow. The first brother, seeking power through the Elder Wand, meets a violent end. Compare this to Dumbledore's interaction with Voldemort, who sought the Elder Wand for its unbeatable power. Dumbledore arranged for that pursuit to be Voldemort's undoing. The second brother, undone by the false promise of returning loved ones to life, took his own life in despair. Harry, temporarily master of the Resurrection Stone, was tempted by the shadows of his parents, Sirius and Lupin. But Dumbledore's guidance helped him understand the stone's limitations and dangers, and the third brother, the wise one who evaded death until he was ready, willingly went with death as a friend. In the spectral King's Cross after Harry's sacrifice in the forest, who was waiting to greet him, calm and understanding? Albus Dumbledore, with open arms and gentle wisdom, ready to guide Harry either on or back to the world of the living. The parallels grow more intriguing when we consider Dumbledore's relationship with the Peverell brothers, the original owners of the Hallows. Historical records tell us the Peverells lived sometime in the 13th century, yet Dumbledore interacts with their legacy as if intimately familiar with it, perhaps because he was there? Imagine the ancient woodland where the three brothers first encountered the hooded figure. The rushing river, the twilight sky deepening to purple, the silent appearance of a tall figure on the bridge they created. Was that figure, centuries ago, somehow connected to the twinkling-eyed headmaster? Consider Dumbledore's appearance, tall and thin, often described with skeletal features. His long fingers, his gaunt face in his later years. Death is often personified as a skeleton, a physical reminder of our mortality. Could Dumbledore's appearance be a subtle hint at his true nature? And what of Dumbledore's extraordinary knowledge? His seemingly endless understanding of ancient and obscure magic, his awareness of events beyond normal perception. Even the most learned wizards found Dumbledore's breadth of knowledge astonishing. Perhaps this wasn't merely the accumulation of a century of learning, but the wisdom of an eternal entity. The way Dumbledore speaks of death is particularly revealing. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living, and above all, those who live without love. These are not merely the philosophical musings of an old man, but perhaps the perspective of death itself, who sees the transition not as an end, but a doorway. Even Dumbledore's name may hold clues. Albus means white in Latin, often associated with ghosts, spirits, and the afterlife. Dumbledore is an Old English word for bumblebee, creatures that ancient cultures associated with death and rebirth due to their emergence in spring. Names in the wizarding world are rarely coincidental. Let us also consider how Dumbledore seemed to know exactly when and how he would die. His arrangements with Severus Snape, his careful preparations, his calmness in his final moments. This was not merely a man who accepted death, but perhaps death himself, orchestrating his apparent departure from the physical world for greater purposes. If we accept this theory, many of Dumbledore's more questionable actions take on new meaning. His sometimes manipulative guidance of Harry, his willingness to make difficult sacrifices, his seemingly omniscient understanding of events, these become the actions not of a fallible human, however brilliant, but of an eternal force maintaining the balance between life and death. Imagine death, watching over countless generations, occasionally taking human form to guide particularly important moments in history. Perhaps Dumbledore was just one such incarnation, appearing when the wizarding world faced its greatest threat from one who sought to conquer death itself. The firelight flickers lower now, casting longer shadows as our contemplation of this theory reaches its conclusion. The idea of Dumbledore as death transforms our understanding of the entire Harry Potter saga, no longer simply a tale of good versus evil, but a complex dance between life, death, and the choices we make in the face of our mortality. As you drift toward sleep, consider this question: if Dumbledore truly was death in disguise, patiently guiding Harry through his journey, what might that reveal about death's true nature? Not as an enemy to be feared or defeated, but as an ancient wise companion, waiting to greet us all, eventually, as old friends. Chapter 2. How Harry Potter is a secret descendant of Godric Gryffindor. Bloodlines in the wizarding world run deep, their magic flowing through generations like hidden streams beneath ancient ground. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the evening settles around us, let us explore a compelling theory that has whispered through the wizarding community for years, that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is in fact a direct descendant of Godric Gryffindor himself. The tapestry of wizarding genealogy is complex and often obscured by time, yet certain threads seem to connect across centuries in ways that cannot be mere coincidence. Consider how the Potter family, though never flaunting their status among the sacred 28 pure-blood families, nevertheless maintained a position of respect and influence in wizarding society for generations. Imagine Godric's Hollow in the distant past, when it was newly established. The very name of the village where the Potters made their home for generations suggests a connection to the founder of Gryffindor House. It was not merely named after Godric Gryffindor, but may have been his actual dwelling place. The ancient stones of that village have witnessed centuries of magical history, and it seems fitting that Gryffindor's descendants would return there, perhaps guided by magic even they did not fully comprehend. The connections between Harry and Godric extend beyond mere geography. Consider the artifacts that found their way to Harry throughout his journey. Most notably, the Sword of Gryffindor, a powerful magical object that, according to legend, would present itself only to a true Gryffindor in a moment of need. Yet the sword appeared to Harry not once, but multiple times. Picture the Chamber of Secrets, its ancient walls slick with moisture, the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin looming overhead. In that moment of desperation, with the basilisk poised to strike, the Sorting Hat, once Godric Gryffindor's own, produced the ruby-encrusted sword for Harry, the silver blade gleaming in the dim chamber, responding to his touch as if recognizing the blood of its original owner. According to Griphook the Goblin, the sword presents itself to worthy Gryffindors. But perhaps there is more to this magic than house affiliation alone. Perhaps the sword recognizes not just courage, but bloodline, responding to the distant but direct descendant of its original master. The Sorting Hat's immediate decision to place Harry in Gryffindor takes on new significance in this light. Though Harry famously conversed with the Hat about his potential placement in Slytherin, the Hat's initial instinct was clear. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness. Yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. So where shall I put you? Imagine the ancient magic woven into the Sorting Hat, able to detect not just character traits, but the very essence of magical bloodlines. Perhaps it sensed Gryffindor's blood running through Harry's veins, recognizing him as heir to the house before Harry himself had shown any particular courage or bravery. Consider also Harry's natural affinity for Gryffindor's favored branch of magic, transfiguration. Though Harry was not the most studious of wizards, his father James Potter showed exceptional talent in this area, becoming an animagus at the remarkably young age of 15. This talent for transformation magic might be a hereditary gift, passed down from Godric himself, known to be a master of transfiguration. The parallel extends to Harry's exceptional aptitude for defensive magic. Historical accounts describe Godric Gryffindor as one of the greatest duelists of his age, and Harry similarly showed remarkable natural talent in this area, most notably in his ability to produce a corporeal Patronus at the age of 13, a feat many adult wizards cannot accomplish. There is also the matter of Harry's remarkable resilience against dark magic. While his survival of Voldemort's killing curse is attributed to his mother's sacrifice, perhaps there was additional ancient protection in his blood, the powerful magical resistance of Gryffindor's line, activated and amplified by Lily's love. The physical resemblance between Harry and descriptions of Godric Gryffindor should not be overlooked. Historical accounts describe Gryffindor as having wild hair that seemed to resist taming, much like Harry's perpetually messy black locks. Both are described as having a slight build but deceptive strength and agility, ideal traits for wielders of a sword. But if this connection exists, why was it never explicitly stated? Why would the Potter family's direct connection to one of the Hogwarts founders remain hidden for so long? Consider the historical context. In the centuries following the founders' era, claiming descent from Hogwarts founders became politically charged. The descendants of Salazar Slytherin, most notably the Gaunt family, clung to their heritage as proof of their magical superiority, even as they descended into poverty and madness. Meanwhile, those claiming connection to other founders often found themselves targeted during periods of conflict. It would be prudent for a family like the Potters to protect themselves by obscuring their connection to Gryffindor, especially during the rise of dark wizards like Grindelwald and later Voldemort, who specifically targeted old magical bloodlines that could threaten their power or ideology. Dumbledore's particular interest in Harry takes on additional meaning through this lens. Beyond the prophecy connecting Harry to Voldemort, perhaps Dumbledore recognized in Harry the heir to Godric Gryffindor, his own house founder. This would explain Dumbledore's confidence in Harry's abilities and his willingness to entrust him with tasks that seemed beyond the capacity of an ordinary teenage wizard. There's a certain poetic symmetry to this theory as well. The final confrontation between Harry and Voldemort becomes not just a battle between good and evil, but a resolution to the ancient schism between Gryffindor and Slytherin, their descendants facing each other in the very hall where the founders once gathered as friends before their falling out. Imagine the great hall of Hogwarts during that final duel, the enchanted ceiling reflecting the breaking dawn, the ancient stones bearing witness to what could be seen as the culmination of a conflict that began 1,000 years earlier, the heir of Slytherin falling at last to the heir of Gryffindor, bringing the founder's story full circle. The theory gains additional support when we consider the unique manifestation of Harry's magic. His spells often carried unusual power, particularly those related to protection and defense, the magical domains in which Gryffindor himself excelled. The golden flames that sometimes appeared in Harry's most powerful spells mirror descriptions of Gryffindor's own magical signature in historical texts. Consider, too, how the protected valley of Godric's Hollow became home to numerous Potter generations. Ancient magical locations often call to those with blood connections, the very land recognizing and welcoming back descendants of those who once imbued it with their magic. The Potters' return to and settlement in this location may not have been coincidental, but guided by blood magic too subtle to be consciously recognized. The theory also helps explain Harry's unusual magical connection to Hogwarts itself. The castle, partly shaped by Gryffindor's magic, seems to respond to Harry in unique ways, revealing secrets, providing passages, and ultimately protecting him during the final battle. As Hagrid once said, "Hogwarts will always be there to welcome you home." For Harry, perhaps this welcome was particularly profound, because he was not just any student, but the blood descendant of one of its creators. Even Harry's Patronus, a stag, may hold significance in this theory. Historical wizarding tapestries often depict Godric Gryffindor with various animal companions, prominent among them a white stag representing nobility, courage, and purity of purpose. Though Harry's Patronus form is typically attributed to his father's animagus form, perhaps James Potter's own animagus manifestation was itself influenced by the ancient Gryffindor bloodline. The mist seems to gather now around our fireside as we conclude our exploration of this intriguing theory. The possible connection between Harry Potter and Godric Gryffindor offers a new dimension to the story we thought we knew so well, weaving together fate, heritage, and the ancient magic that runs through the wizarding world's most notable bloodlines. As you drift toward slumber, consider this. If Harry Potter is indeed descended from Godric Gryffindor, what other ancient bloodlines might still flow unrecognized through the veins of the wizarding world? What dormant power might awaken when needed most, called forth by circumstance from those who have no knowledge of their remarkable heritage? Chapter 3. Why the Dursleys were cruel because Harry was a Horcrux. The quiet suburban street of Privet Drive, with its identical houses and meticulously maintained gardens, seems an unlikely place for dark magic to linger. Yet behind the pristine facade of Number 4, a subtler and more insidious magic may have been at work for years. As the evening deepens around us, let us consider a theory that casts the Dursleys' notorious mistreatment of Harry Potter in a different light, that their cruelty was amplified, perhaps even caused, by the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within their nephew. The night is perfect for such contemplation, as we examine how darkness can seep into the ordinary without detection, changing those exposed to it in ways they themselves might never understand. We know from Harry's own experiences that Horcruxes exert a malevolent influence on those in close proximity to them. Consider Salazar Slytherin's locket, how it affected Ron Weasley during their hunt for Horcruxes. The golden locket with its serpentine cess, seemingly innocuous when closed, became a burden that darkened Ron's thoughts, amplified his insecurities, and eventually drove him to abandon his friends temporarily. Mundungus Fletcher, too, felt its corrupting influence, as did Dolores Umbridge, though their already questionable moral character perhaps made such influence harder to discern. Now imagine a similar dark influence, not contained within a locket that could be removed, but emanating continuously from a small boy forced to live under the same roof. Year after year, the Dursleys were exposed to the fragment of Voldemort's twisted soul, its malevolence seeping into their home like an invisible toxic gas. The pattern of the Dursleys' cruelty is telling. When baby Harry first arrived on their doorstep, Petunia Dursley's immediate reaction was one of shock and dismay, certainly, but not the visceral disgust and hatred that would characterize her treatment of him in later years. Vernon, too, while never pleased about taking in his wife's nephew, seems to have grown increasingly obsessed with Harry's abnormality as the years passed. Imagine Petunia in those early days, looking down at the sleeping infant with her sister's eyes. Perhaps there was a moment of connection, a flicker of familial recognition, before the darkness began its work. The Horcrux, sensing potential love that might strengthen Harry, might have immediately begun corroding that tenuous bond. Consider how the Dursleys' treatment of Harry evolved over time. In his earliest memories, Harry recalls neglect and favoritism toward Dudley, but as he grew older, and as the Horcrux within him grew stronger, their behavior became increasingly irrational. Vernon's face would turn purple with rage at the merest mention of magic. Petunia would assign impossible chores, seeming to seek excuses to punish her nephew. Even Dudley, a child himself, was encouraged to torment Harry with increasing creativity and cruelty. The Dursleys' behavior goes beyond mere dislike or prejudice against magic. Their reactions are excessive, obsessive, almost pathological. Vernon's elaborate schemes to prevent Harry from receiving his Hogwarts letters, driving to a remote hut on a storm-lashed island in the sea, reveal a man whose rationality has been severely compromised. What reasonable person, even one who dislikes magic, would go to such extraordinary lengths? The theory becomes more compelling when we consider that the Dursleys' worst traits seemed particularly inflamed when Harry was present. During his absence at Hogwarts, they appeared capable of functioning normally in society. Vernon maintained his job at Grunnings, Petunia her social standing among the neighborhood gossips, and Dudley his friendships, however questionable. It was specifically in their interactions with Harry that their behavior became most extreme and irrational. This pattern mirrors what we know about Horcruxes. The locket affected Ron most strongly when he was wearing it, and its influence diminished when it was removed. Similarly, the Dursleys might have experienced relief during Harry's absences at Hogwarts, only to fall back under the Horcrux's influence upon his return for the summer holidays. Dudley Dursley's development provides particular insight. Raised to believe tormenting Harry was acceptable, even encouraged, Dudley became increasingly cruel through childhood. Yet after experiencing the Dementors, creatures that forced him to confront his own worst memories and actions, Dudley began a transformation. By the time the Dursleys went into hiding, Dudley had developed enough self-awareness to express concern for Harry's welfare and even gratitude for Harry saving him from the Dementors. This change coincides with Dudley spending less time in close proximity to Harry as they both grew older, and Harry spent more time away from Privet Drive. As the Horcrux's influence waned, Dudley's natural character, which might not have been inherently cruel, began to reassert itself. Consider, too, the specific nature of the Dursleys' mistreatment. They consistently sought to suppress Harry's magical identity, to stamp it out of him, as Vernon once declared. This goal aligns eerily well with what would benefit the soul fragment within Harry. By keeping Harry ignorant of his magical heritage, the Horcrux would remain safer, less likely to be discovered and destroyed. The Dursleys' obsession with appearing normal and suppressing anything magical served the fragment's self-preservation, suggesting a subtle influence on their thoughts and priorities. The parallels with Tom Riddle's own childhood are striking. Both grew up in environments where their magical nature was unwelcome. Both were treated as outsiders by their caretakers. For Riddle, this treatment helped shape him into Voldemort. For Harry, it might have been intended to create similar bitterness and resentment, preparing fertile ground for the fragment of soul to exert greater influence as he matured. That Harry resisted this influence speaks to his inherent character and perhaps his mother's lingering protection. But the Dursleys, having no such magical protection and being continuously exposed to the Horcrux's subtle corruption, would have been far more vulnerable to its effects. When Harry saved Dudley from the Dementors, he demonstrated precisely the capacity for empathy and self-sacrifice that Voldemort never understood. This act may have momentarily counteracted the Horcrux's influence, allowing Dudley a clarity he had rarely experienced in Harry's presence before. The quiet moment of gratitude between the cousins, as the Dursleys prepared to go into hiding, suggests a lifting of a long-standing shadow. Imagine Vernon and Petunia, too, potentially experiencing a similar clarity as the family separated from Harry for the final time. Petunia's hesitation at the doorway, appearing as though she wished to say something kind to her nephew after 16 years of coldness, might represent a brief moment of freedom from the Horcrux's influence, a glimpse of what might have been had Lily's son come to them without carrying a fragment of the darkest wizard of their age. The influence would have been insidious, not a direct possession but a gradual darkening of existing thoughts and feelings. Petunia's jealousy of her magical sister, Vernon's obsession with normalcy, Dudley's childish selfishness, all natural human flaws that might have remained relatively harmless had they not been continuously inflamed by proximity to the Horcrux. Consider how, in the soft glow of the Resurrection Stone, Lily Potter appeared to Harry with love and support. The real Lily, the essence of who she truly was, maintained her capacity for love even beyond death. It seems unlikely that her sister, who shared her blood, would be entirely devoid of such capacity naturally. Something external, something corrosive, would need to be at work to so completely suppress any familial feeling Petunia might have had for her orphaned nephew. This theory also helps explain why Dumbledore, despite his concern for Harry's welfare, insisted he return to Privet Drive each summer. Beyond the blood protection from Lily's sacrifice, Dumbledore, who understood more about Horcruxes than he initially revealed, might have recognized that separating Harry from the magical world for periods of time was necessary to prevent the Horcrux from becoming too powerful. The mundane environment of Privet Drive, however unpleasant, kept the fragment dormant in ways that continuous exposure to magical energy at Hogwarts might not have. As our fire burns lower and the theory unfolds in its complexity, we can see how the darkness that touched Harry's life extended beyond dramatic confrontations with Voldemort to the quiet, constant misery of his childhood home. The subtle magic of the Horcrux, working year after year on the minds of the magically vulnerable Dursleys, created an environment of emotional neglect and cruelty that served the fragment's purposes while causing lasting harm to all involved. As your thoughts drift toward sleep, consider this. If a fragment of a dark wizard's soul could so profoundly influence the ordinary Dursley family without their knowledge, what other subtle magics might be at work in the seemingly mundane corners of the world? How might proximity to darkness change us in ways we never recognize or understand until we are finally free of its shadow? Chapter 4. How Crook Shanks was actually the Potter's cat before their death. In the gentle stillness of evening, as shadows grow long and thoughts turn inward, let us consider the mysterious nature of magical creatures that walk alongside wizards. Some companions are more than they appear, carrying histories and connections that remain hidden behind watchful eyes. Tonight we explore an intriguing theory about Hermione's bandy-legged, bottle-brush-tailed companion, that Crookshanks was not merely an unusual cat who found his way to her, but was once the beloved pet of Lily and James Potter. Imagine Godric's Hollow on peaceful days before tragedy struck, a ginger cat basking in sunlight streaming through cottage windows, watching over baby Harry as he played on a blanket, perhaps batting at the smoke rings. James would conjure to entertain his son, a familiar presence in a home filled with love and laughter, bearing silent witness to the Potter family's brief happiness. Crookshanks first appears in Harry's story during his 3rd year, when Hermione purchases him from the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. The shopkeeper notably tells Hermione that the cat had been in the shop for ages. No one wanted him. His squashed face and bow-legged appearance had apparently deterred potential owners, but these distinctive features might have been the very reason he remained available until the perfect moment, until he could find his way back to his former family's son. Consider this peculiar timing. Crookshanks enters the narrative precisely when Sirius Black, Harry's godfather and James Potter's best friend, escapes from Azkaban. This remarkable coincidence takes on new meaning if we consider that Crookshanks might have recognized Sirius, not as the murderous escaped convict the wizarding world believed him to be, but as the frequent visitor to the Potter household years before. The warm amber light of our fire illuminates a further clue: Crookshanks' extraordinary behavior throughout Harry's 3rd year. From the moment he enters Hermione's care, this supposedly ordinary cat, though part Neasel, demonstrates remarkable awareness and purpose. He repeatedly attacks Scabbers, Ron's rat, with a persistence that seemed malicious until the stunning revelation that Scabbers was actually Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. How would Crookshanks know to target Pettigrew so specifically? Imagine a cat who had watched Peter visit the Potter home as a welcomed friend, who had perhaps even been petted by the very hand that would later point a wand at James and Lily. If Crookshanks had witnessed Pettigrew's friendship with the Potters, his betrayal would register as a profound wrongness to a creature with Kneasel heritage, beings known for their uncanny ability to detect untrustworthiness. Consider Crookshanks' immediate cooperation with Sirius Black. Despite Black's gaunt and wild appearance after 12 years in Azkaban, when Sirius explains to Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the Shrieking Shack, "This cat isn't mad, he's the most intelligent of his kind I've ever met," he recognized Peter for what he was right away. But perhaps this recognition went deeper. Perhaps Crookshanks recognized Sirius as well, as the friend who had visited the Potter cottage, who had brought treats and toys for both Harry and the family cat. The mystery deepens when we consider what happened on that terrible Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, after Voldemort's attack left James and Lily dead and baby Harry marked with a lightning scar. What became of the other occupant of the house, a cat with nasal blood, known for their intelligence and independence, could have escaped during the chaos. Traumatized but alive, he would have been left without a home, perhaps wandering, until eventually being taken in by the magical menagerie. Imagine Crookshanks' journey, from beloved family pet to stray, from stray to shop resident, waiting years for the precise moment when he could re-enter the story of the boy he once watched over in a crib. There's something profoundly moving about this possibility, about the silent loyalty of a creature who might have carried the memory of the Potters through the years. This theory gains further credibility when we observe Crookshanks' behavior toward Harry throughout the series. While never overtly affectionate, as one might expect from a cat with Knazel heritage, known for their independence, Crookshanks seems to maintain a watchful presence. In moments of Harry's distress or danger, the cat often appears in the background of scenes, observant and vigilant. Consider also that after helping Sirius escape at the end of Harry's 3rd year, Crookshanks maintains a connection with Black. Sirius mentions in his communications with Harry that Crookshanks sometimes serves as an intermediary. This continued alliance makes particular sense if both Sirius and Crookshanks share a common bond, their love for the Potter family. and their desire to protect James and Lily's son. The coloring of Crookshanks, his ginger fur, might also be significant. In the wizarding world, where symbolism often carries deeper meaning, the bright orange coat could represent a connection to Lily Potter's vibrant red hair. Magical familiars sometimes reflect aspects of their owners, and this physical echo might be another subtle clue to Crookshanks' origins. Let us also consider the unusual longevity of Crookshanks. By the time Hermione purchases him, the shopkeeper describes him as having been in the store for quite some time, yet he remains energetic and vibrant throughout the years of Harry's schooling. Neasels and part-Neasels are known to have longer lifespans than ordinary cats, potentially living for 20 years or more. This extended lifespan would accommodate the timeline of having been the Potter's cat before their deaths, and still being relatively healthy during Harry's school years. There's a certain poetic resonance to this theory as well. The Potter's story is one of sacrifice and enduring love, love that protected and guided Harry long after his parents' deaths. How fitting would it be if this love extended through another member of their household, if the family cat found his way back to protect the son of his former owners in his own unique way. Crookshanks' instant dislike of Ron's pet rat makes perfect sense if he had known Peter Pettigrew as a welcome visitor to the Potter home. The betrayal would be something a part-Neasel could sense intuitively, explaining the immediate and sustained antagonism. What appeared to be the natural enmity between cat and rat was actually something far more personal, the recognition of a traitor who had led to the destruction of his family. The cat's behavior during the confrontation in the Shrieking Shack is particularly telling. When Sirius and Lupin are explaining the truth about Pettigrew, Crookshanks sits on Black's chest, directly over his heart, as if offering both protection and endorsement. This gesture of trust and alliance seems to go beyond what even an intelligent cat would offer to a stranger, but to a human who had once been a friend, who had perhaps scratched behind his ears and snuck him treats when visiting the Potters. Such loyalty would be natural. Consider how Crookshanks helped Sirius enter Hogwarts Castle by stealing the passwords to Gryffindor Tower from Neville's bedside table, an act requiring not just intelligence but purpose. The cat understood enough about human security systems to know what the paper contained and how it could help Sirius reach Peter Pettigrew. This level of comprehension and planning suggests not just magical ability, but personal motivation. The desire to help capture the man who betrayed his family. Throughout the series, J.K. Rowling reveals that seemingly minor characters often carry significant histories that intersect with the main narrative in unexpected ways. From Arabella Figg's role as Harry's secret magical guardian to Aberforth Dumbledore's quiet assistance through the Portrait Passage, the wizarding world is full of connections that remain hidden until the moment they become crucial. Crookshanks' potential history as the Potter's cat would fit this pattern perfectly, a silent guardian whose past remains unspoken, but whose actions shape events in subtle but significant ways. As our contemplation of this theory draws to a close, the embers of our fire glow softly in the gathering darkness. There is something profoundly comforting about the idea that even in the darkest times, connections endure, that a family pet, displaced by tragedy, might find his way back to protect the child he once watched over. That love, in all its forms, leaves traces that survive even the most terrible events. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question. In a world where magic creates connections across time and space, what other silent witnesses might be moving through the wizarding world, carrying memories of the past and helping to shape the future in ways we might never fully recognize? Chapter 5. Why Neville was the real chosen one all along. Prophecies in the wizarding world whisper through time like wind through ancient stones, their meanings often obscured by the mists of interpretation and chance. As our evening together continues, let us turn our attention to one of the most compelling theories in the Potter universe, that Neville Longbottom, not Harry Potter, may have been the true chosen one destined to defeat Lord Voldemort. The dancing shadows cast by our fireside seem particularly fitting as we examine how destiny's light might have fallen on a different boy than the one who bore the lightning scar. For at the heart of this theory lies Professor Trelawney's fateful prophecy, spoken in a trance-like state to Albus Dumbledore. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. These cryptic words set in motion events that would shape the wizarding world for decades to come. But what many forget is that 2 boys were born as July died that year. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Both were born to parents who had indeed defied Voldemort 3 times. Both families were members of the Order of the Phoenix. Both sets of parents would suffer terrible fates at the hands of dark wizards. Imagine the ancient room at the Hog's Head where the prophecy was first uttered. Dust motes floating in the air. The smell of aged wood and forgotten conversations lingering as Trelawney's voice changed and the fateful words emerged. In that moment, the future hung in perfect balance between 2 possible champions. The prophecy continues, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. It was this act of marking that seemingly confirmed Harry as the prophecy's subject, when Voldemort left the lightning scar upon his forehead. But consider this possibility. What if Voldemort's choice itself was the fulfillment of prophecy, not its confirmation? Picture 2 paths, diverging in the dark woods of possibility. Down one path, Voldemort chooses to target the half-blood child, Harry Potter, seeing in him a reflection of his own mixed heritage. Down the other, he might have chosen the pure-blood Neville, perhaps seeing in him a greater potential threat due to his magical lineage. Either choice would have set prophecy in motion, the Dark Lord marking one as his equal through his own choice and action. The theory gains depth when we consider Neville's journey throughout the series. From the beginning he is presented as Harry's counterpart in subtle ways. While Harry is brave but sometimes reckless, Neville's courage builds slowly, emerging most powerfully in moments of greatest need. Where Harry excels at defense against the dark arts, Neville shows extraordinary talent in herbology, a subtler magic connected to life and growth rather than direct confrontation. Imagine young Neville, in those early days at Hogwarts, round-faced and anxious, constantly losing his toad Trevor, struggling with the most basic spells. How different from our traditional image of a chosen one. Yet beneath this unassuming exterior lay potential that would gradually reveal itself through the years, standing up to his friends in their first year, earning crucial points for Gryffindor, joining Dumbledore's army, and showing remarkable improvement, and finally, in the Battle of Hogwarts, pulling Godric Gryffindor's sword from the sorting hat and slaying Nagini, Voldemort's final Horcrux. This last act is particularly significant when viewed through the lens of our theory. By destroying Nagini, Neville made it possible for Voldemort to be defeated. Without this act of extraordinary bravery, Harry's final confrontation with the Dark Lord could not have succeeded. In this light, both boys fulfilled crucial roles in the prophecy's ultimate realization, almost as if destiny hedged its bets, creating 2 possible chosen ones to ensure Voldemort's downfall. Consider also the parallels in their family histories. Both boys lost their parents to Voldemort's reign of terror, but while Harry's parents were killed, Neville suffered perhaps an even more tragic fate, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and other Death Eaters, left alive but forever changed, unable to recognize their own son. The soft rustle of candy wrappers that his mother would press into his hand during hospital visits speaks to a loss as profound as Harry's, but carrying a different kind of pain, the presence of absence, rather than absence itself. The wand lore in the Potter universe adds another fascinating dimension to this theory. We learn that the wand chooses the wizard, a mysterious process reflecting some inherent quality or potential in the wielder. Neville struggled with magic in his early years at Hogwarts, using his father's wand rather than one that had chosen him. Once this wand was broken during the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Neville acquired his own wand, and his magical abilities improved dramatically. One might wonder, was his potential as the chosen one temporarily masked by using a wand that had not selected him? Imagine the moment Neville first held his own wand at Ollivander's shop, the warm wood responding to his touch, perhaps recognizing the latent power that had always existed within him, the shower of golden sparks that typically accompanies a successful wand matching would have illuminated not just the dusty shop, but the true nature of the boy who had spent years doubting his magical abilities. Professor Dumbledore's treatment of Neville throughout the series takes on new significance when viewed through this theoretical lens. The headmaster, who knew the full prophecy, always showed particular kindness to Neville, offering encouragement at crucial moments. In their first year, Dumbledore awarded Neville 10 points for standing up to his friends, declaring it as brave as standing up to enemies, perhaps recognizing and nurturing the potential chosen one in his midst. The soft glow of our fire reveals another layer to this theory. Neville's extraordinary affinity for herbology, while often portrayed as a gentler, less dramatic branch of magic, plants in the wizarding world can be both powerful and dangerous. From mandrakes that can restore petrified victims to devil's snare that can strangle the unwary, herbology connects directly to life, death, and healing. This power the Dark Lord knows not might not be love, as was the case with Harry, but rather a profound connection to living things, a magic centered on nurturing and growth, concepts entirely foreign to Voldemort's destructive nature. Consider the significance of Neville becoming herbology professor at Hogwarts after the war, while Harry pursued a career fighting dark wizards as an auror. Continuing the pattern of direct confrontation, Neville chose a path of cultivation and education. There is a beautiful symmetry to this choice, if we see him as a potential chosen one, whose strength lay not in combat, but in understanding the subtle living magic that Voldemort never valued or comprehended. The prophecy states that either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. This line seemingly confirms Harry's role, as he and Voldemort faced each other in the final battle. Yet Neville's slaying of Nagini, effectively destroying a piece of Voldemort's soul, could be interpreted as fulfilling this requirement in a more metaphorical sense. By destroying the last Horcrux, Neville essentially removed Voldemort's final defense against mortality, making it possible for Harry to deliver the ultimate defeat. Imagine that climactic moment in the Battle of Hogwarts, the great hall filled with dueling wizards, spells flashing through the air like lightning, the ancient stones of the castle bearing witness to the fulfillment of prophecy. In this chaos, two boys who could have been the chosen one each played their essential role in Voldemort's downfall. Perhaps this dual fulfillment suggests that prophecy itself is more flexible than it appears, offering multiple paths to its ultimate realization. The theory that Neville could have been the chosen one is supported by J.K. Rowling herself, who has confirmed that Neville was indeed the other possible subject of the prophecy. What makes this theory so compelling is not just this confirmation, but the way it enriches our understanding of both characters. Harry and Neville stand as two sides of the same prophetic coin, both shaped by tragedy, both finding courage in the face of overwhelming darkness, both ultimately essential to Voldemort's defeat. There's a certain poetic beauty to the idea that the unassuming, often overlooked Neville Longbottom might have carried the same potential for greatness as the famous boy who lived. It reminds us that heroism comes in many forms, and that sometimes the quietest among us harbor the greatest strength. As the fire burns lower and our exploration of this theory draws to a close, we're left with a richer understanding of how destiny might work in the wizarding world, not as a rigid script, but as a river with many possible channels, all flowing toward the same sea. Harry and Neville, each marked by tragedy, each rising to face darkness in their own way, demonstrate that being chosen has as much to do with the choices we make as with any predetermined fate. As sleep begins to embrace you, consider this. If Voldemort had chosen differently, that fateful Halloween night, how might the story have unfolded with Neville as the boy who lived? Would the quiet boy with the remarkable gift for herbology have discovered different powers within himself? And in that different world, what role might Harry Potter have played in the fulfillment of prophecy? Chapter 6. How Ron Weasley is a time-traveling Dumbledore. Time flows differently in the wizarding world, spiraling and folding back upon itself in ways that muggles, bound by linear perception, can scarcely comprehend. As night deepens around us, and the boundaries between what is known and what might be grow thin, let us contemplate one of the most fascinating and complex theories in the Potter universe, that Ronald Bilious Weasley and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore are, in fact, the same person separated by a vast expanse of time. At first glance, this theory might seem fantastical, even by wizarding standards. The tall, freckled, red-haired boy who stood uncertainly on platform 9 3/4 seems worlds apart from the silver-bearded sage who guided generations of students at Hogwarts. And yet, when we look closer, curious patterns and parallels begin to emerge, like stars appearing in the evening sky. Consider their physical appearances, seemingly different, yet with subtle connections. Ron's fiery red hair and Dumbledore's once auburn locks before age silvered them. Both tall and thin, with long limbs and noses that have been described as long or prominent. Both possess blue eyes, though Dumbledore's famously twinkle with the wisdom of accumulated years, while Ron's reflect the immediacy of youth. These could be coincidences, certainly, but they take on new significance when viewed through the lens of this theory. The theory suggests that at some point, after the defeat of Voldemort, Ron Weasley, perhaps motivated by a great crisis or necessity, undergoes a transformation that sends him backward through time. This journey isn't simply physical but metaphysical, changing not just when but who he is. The mechanism of such profound time travel remains speculative, perhaps an evolution of the time-turner technology, a previously unknown spell, or even the mysterious properties of the Department of Mysteries, where time is studied in ways beyond common wizarding knowledge. Imagine Ron Weasley, older now, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, standing before some powerful magical artifact, his expression resolute as he prepares to make a journey that will fundamentally alter his identity. The whisper of powerful magic, the sensation of time folding around him like the pages of a book, closing and reopening, and Ronald Weasley begins his transformation into the man who will become Albus Dumbledore. Their personalities, while seemingly different, show intriguing parallels when examined closely. Ron's strategic mind, best displayed in his mastery of wizard chess, mirrors Dumbledore's legendary skills as a tactician in the fight against dark magic. Both show a profound loyalty to their friends, though expressed differently through the lenses of youth and age. Both have struggled with jealousy and ambition, Ron in his complicated relationship with Harry's fame, Dumbledore in his youthful association with Grindelwald. Both have had to overcome these flaws to become their better selves. Consider the peculiar knowledge Dumbledore seems to possess about events and people. His understanding of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's movements often seems uncannily precise, as if he knows what they will do before they do it. While this could be attributed to his wisdom and intelligence, it takes on new meaning if Dumbledore had already lived through these events as Ron. The headmaster's sometimes strange decisions, sending Harry back in time to save Sirius, allowing dangerous situations to unfold at Hogwarts, might be explained by his knowledge that these events had already happened and needed to happen again. The Deluminator, that curious magical device that Dumbledore bequeathed to Ron, gains special significance in this theory. This rare artifact, which Dumbledore himself invented, has the unique ability to guide Ron back to Harry and Hermione when he most needs to return. Why would Dumbledore create such a specific magical object, one that seems designed precisely for Ron's particular journey? Perhaps because he remembered needing it himself long ago, when he was still Ron Weasley. Imagine the Deluminator not just as a tool for capturing and releasing light, but as a symbolic connection between Ron and Dumbledore, between present and future, between who he is and who he will become. The soft blue light that emerged from it to guide Ron back to his friends might represent the thread of his own future self, reaching back through time to ensure that history unfolds as it must. Their relationships with others display curious parallels as well. Ron's friendship with Harry could be seen as mirroring Dumbledore's with Elphias Doge, loyal companions overshadowed by their more famous friends. Both Ron and Dumbledore form part of a trio of friends that includes a brilliant witch, Hermione, for Ron, Bathilda Bagshot for the young Dumbledore, and both have complicated relationships with their siblings, Ron with his many brothers, Dumbledore with his brother Aberforth and sister Ariana. The theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider Ron's relationship with food. His legendary appetite is a running theme throughout the series. Dumbledore, meanwhile, frequently offers sweets to others and expresses his fondness for specific treats like sherbet lemons and hot chocolate. Perhaps these are more than just character quirks. Perhaps they represent the continuity of personality across a vast transformation. Picture Dumbledore in his office, offering a lemon drop to a visitor with that characteristic twinkle in his eye. Is there perhaps an echo of Ron Weasley in that gesture? The boy who always reached first for the sweets on the Hogwarts Express trolley, now offering treats to others, remembering his own youthful delight in such simple pleasures. There are other curious connections. Both have sacrificed themselves in chess games. Ron in the life-sized chess match protecting the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore in the greater chess game of the war against Voldemort. Both have experienced the mirror of Erised. Ron seeing himself successful and standing alone, Dumbledore claiming to see himself holding socks, though we later learn this was not the truth. Both have struggled with the lure of power and recognition before learning to value deeper things. The scars they bear tell their own story. Ron's arms bear the scars from the brain attack in the Department of Mysteries, and later the splinching during their escape from the Ministry. Dumbledore's arms and hands carry mysterious scars that are never fully explained. Could they be the same scars, magically disguised but never truly healed, carried across time as a physical reminder of journeys past? Consider, too, the curious fact that Dumbledore seems to show particular favor to Ron at key moments. It is Dumbledore who awards Ron 50 points for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. It is Dumbledore who recognizes Ron with the special award for services to the school after the Chamber of Secrets incident. While these could simply be fair acknowledgments of Ron's contributions, they could also be seen as Dumbledore ensuring that his younger self receives the recognition that he remembered needing so desperately as a boy who felt overshadowed by his friends and brothers. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of this theory lies in what it would mean for Dumbledore's greater plan. If Dumbledore were indeed Ron from the future, his intricate plans involving Harry would take on new dimensions. He would be orchestrating events, not just as a wise mentor, but as a friend who had lived through these events before and understood their necessity on a deeply personal level. His occasional manipulations of Harry and others might be more forgivable if we understand them as the actions of someone who had already experienced the consequences and knew the importance of certain events unfolding in particular ways. Imagine Dumbledore in the moments after his conversation with Harry at King's Cross in the liminal space between life and death. He knew Harry would return to complete his task, knew Voldemort would finally be defeated. Perhaps in that moment, as Harry's consciousness began to return to the world of the living, Dumbledore allowed himself a small, private smile, the smile of a chess master, seeing the final pieces move into position. Yes, but also the smile of a friend who knew his best mate would survive and triumph. The amber glow of our fire illuminates another curious connection. Both Ron and Dumbledore have been shown to understand and speak parcel tongue under specific circumstances. Ron mimicked the sounds Harry made to open the Chamber of Secrets during the final battle. Dumbledore, meanwhile, understood Tom Riddle's conversation with his Uncle Morfin in the Pensieve Memory. While neither is a true Parselmoth, both have this limited ability to engage with the serpent language, another thread connecting them across time. As with all complex theories, certain questions remain. What cataclysmic event would necessitate such an extraordinary transformation? How would Ron's relationships with Hermione and his family factor into such a decision? The theory suggests that perhaps some crisis after the events of the books, perhaps even generations later, required this sacrifice. Ron, loyal as always, would step forward to protect those he loved, even at the cost of his own identity and timeline. The soft crackling of the fire accompanies our final contemplation of this theory. If Ron Weasley did indeed become Albus Dumbledore, it would mean that the seemingly ordinary boy, the loyal friend who sometimes faltered, but always returned, who struggled with his own adequacy, but ultimately found his courage, contained within him the seeds of extraordinary greatness. It would mean that the wise, enigmatic headmaster who shaped the destiny of the wizarding world carried within him the heart of a Weasley, honest, brave, and ultimately guided by love for family and friends. As sleep begins to claim you and the boundaries between conscious thought and dreams grow permeable, consider this question: if time itself is more fluid than we understand, what echoes of our future selves might already be guiding our steps, ensuring that we follow the paths that will lead us to become who we are meant to be? Chapter 7. Why Draco Malfoy is actually a werewolf. Beneath the silvery glow of a waning moon, secrets hide in shadows and transformations occur beyond ordinary sight. Tonight, as the hour grows late and the mind opens to possibilities unseen in daylight, let us explore one of the most intriguing theories about a character whose complexities became increasingly apparent as the wizarding saga unfolded. The theory that Draco Malfoy, heir to the pure-blood Malfoy legacy, may have become a werewolf during the darkest days of Lord Voldemort's return. This theory emerges not from explicit confirmation, but from a constellation of subtle clues, behavioral changes, and curious circumstances that, when viewed together, suggest a hidden dimension to Draco's character during his 6th year at Hogwarts and beyond. Like tracing the outline of a creature glimpsed only partially through forest mist, we must look for the shape of what remains largely unseen. Let us begin with the summer between Draco's 5th and 6th years, a pivotal moment in the young Slytherin's life. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had just failed Lord Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries and was imprisoned in Azkaban. The Malfoy family, once among Voldemort's most favored servants, had fallen dramatically from grace. The Dark Lord, known for his cruelty and penchant for poetic punishment, would have been seeking a way to both utilize and humiliate the Malfoy family further. Imagine the Malfoy Manor during those tense summer months, its elegant rooms now shadowed by fear, the peacocks in the garden calling eerily in a darkness that seemed to have settled over the estate. Within those walls, a 16-year-old Draco faces the Dark Lord's wrath and receives what many believe to be the Dark Mark, inducting him into the ranks of the Death Eaters. But what if Voldemort's marking of Draco went beyond the skull and serpent tattoo? What if, in a particularly vicious twist, he arranged for something far more devastating to befall the Malfoy heir? Consider Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf who aligned himself with Voldemort's forces, known for his particular cruelty and his preference for targeting children. Greyback was frequently used by Voldemort as a threat against those who had displeased him. "I will send Fenrir to visit your son," was a terror tactic employed against those who hesitated to cooperate. With Lucius having failed so spectacularly, might not Voldemort have made good on such a threat? The changes in Draco during his 6th year at Hogwarts are striking and well documented. The once proud, swaggering boy becomes withdrawn, sickly in appearance, with a gray pallor to his skin. His classmates and teachers note his distraction, his apparent illness, his absence from classes, and even from Quidditch, previously a central focus of his school identity. While these changes are attributed to the stress of his secret mission to kill Dumbledore, they also align perfectly with the symptoms someone might exhibit while struggling to manage lycanthropy. Imagine Draco in those lonely months, not only bearing the impossible burden of assassinating one of the most powerful wizards alive, but also grappling with a condition that would make him, in his own family's eyes, less than human. The pure-blood supremacist transformed into one of the very beings his kind had long persecuted and reviled. The irony would not have been lost on Voldemort, who delighted in such perverse punishments. When Harry observes Draco in Madame Malkin's robe shop before the start of their 6th year, he notices something curious. Draco reacts with pain when Madame Malkin attempts to touch his left arm. Most readers assume this is where the dark mark has been freshly branded, but it could equally be a still healing werewolf bite, sensitive to touch and resistant to magical healing. Later on the Hogwarts Express, Harry observes Draco from his hiding place under the invisibility cloak. When Pansy Parkinson strokes Draco's hair, he lays his head in her lap in a gesture that seems oddly vulnerable for the usually guarded Slytherin. Is this simply a moment of weakness from a boy under terrible pressure, or might it reflect something more, perhaps the instinctive comfort a canine seeks in physical touch and reassurance? Perhaps most tellingly, when Harry uses Sectum Sempra against Draco in the bathroom confrontation, Snape appears and heals Draco's wounds with surprising efficiency. While Snape's knowledge of the dark arts explains his ability to counter the spell, his immediate and effective treatment might also reflect experience in dealing with werewolf injuries, experience gained through his long association with Remus Lupin during their school days, and in the Order of the Phoenix. The lunar cycle provides another layer to this theory. Careful readers have noted that Draco's most significant absences and his most haggard appearances often coincide with the full moon. During the scene at Borgin and Burke's, which Harry, Ron, and Hermione witness while hidden, Draco mentions needing something mended and emphasizes that it must be done by a specific deadline. Could this deadline have corresponded with the next full moon, when he would need whatever magical object he was securing to help manage his transformation? Consider also Draco's unique position in Voldemort's ranks during this time. Despite being merely 16 and having no proven skills as a Death Eater, he is entrusted with the critical task of finding a way for Voldemort's forces to enter Hogwarts. This responsibility suggests Voldemort saw some particular value in Draco beyond merely punishing Lucius. If Draco were a werewolf, he would offer Voldemort something especially useful, a creature capable of inflicting devastating damage within Hogwarts walls, similar to the basilisk years before, but under much more direct control. The Room of Requirement, where Draco spends so many secretive hours, might have served a dual purpose. Beyond working on the Vanishing Cabinet, it could have provided him with a secure location to transform during full moons, a room that could become whatever the user needed most, including, perhaps, a safe containment space similar to the Shrieking Shack that once housed Lupin during his transformations. There are subtle hints in Draco's behavior that suggest heightened senses, another characteristic of werewolves, who retain some enhanced abilities even in human form. He seems to detect Harry's presence on several occasions when Harry is hidden under the invisibility cloak, possibly sensing him through smell or acute hearing rather than sight. The soft firelight flickers as we consider perhaps the most compelling evidence, Draco's encounter with Bill Weasley. During the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, when Death Eaters finally enter Hogwarts, Fenrir Greyback attacks Bill, leaving him permanently scarred, though not fully transformed into a werewolf, because Greyback was in human form during the attack. This incident establishes a critical precedent that Greyback attacked not randomly, but specifically, targeting the eldest son of a pure-blood family that opposed Voldemort. The parallel to Draco's situation is striking. Imagine the terrible symmetry from Voldemort's perspective. The eldest sons of two pure-blood families, one loyal to him and one opposed, both marked by the werewolf curse. Bill's partial transformation came later and was witnessed. Draco's complete transformation came earlier and remained hidden, a secret shame for the Malfoy family and a constant reminder of the price of failure. Draco's emotional breakdown in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom takes on new significance through this lens. His sobbing confession that he cannot complete his task, that he'll kill me, is typically understood as fear of Voldemort's punishment for failing to kill Dumbledore, but it could equally reference the ongoing torture of his condition, the monthly transformations that remind him of his subjugation, and the threat that Greyback might be sent to finish what he started, perhaps by attacking Draco's mother next. The theory also casts new light on Narcissa Malfoy's increasingly desperate actions to protect her son. Her unbreakable vow with Snape, seeking his promise to protect Draco, might have been motivated not just by fear of Voldemort's wrath if Draco failed his mission, but by knowledge of what had already been done to him, and fear of what might follow. In the final battle at Hogwarts, when the Malfoys abandoned Voldemort's cause to search frantically for their son, their desperation might reflect not just parental concern amid a dangerous battle, but the specific fear that Draco might transform during the conflict, either exposing his condition to everyone or becoming an uncontrollable threat to friend and foe alike. The aftermath of the war provides the final pieces of this theory's constellation. Draco's subdued demeanor in the epilogue, the distant nod he gives to Harry at platform 9 3/4 19 years later, suggests someone who has found a measure of peace, but carries a permanent burden. Like Lupin before him, he might have learned to manage his condition with Wolfsbane potion, perhaps brewed by his wife Astoria, who is known to have had a more tolerant view of magical beings than the family she married into. The theory that Draco Malfoy became a werewolf offers a layer of tragedy to his character arc that resonates with the themes of the series. It transforms him from a simple antagonist to a complex figure bearing the physical manifestation of the prejudices he once espoused. The pure-blood supremacist, forced to experience life as one of the marginalized magical beings his kind had long oppressed, represents the kind of poetic justice that runs throughout Rowling's work. As the fire burns low and shadows lengthen, this theory invites us to reconsider what we thought we knew about Draco Malfoy. The sneering boy who once mocked Harry Potter becomes, in this light, a figure worthy of complex empathy, someone who experienced his own dark night of the soul and emerged changed, humbled by suffering that few knew he endured. As sleep begins to embrace you, consider this question. In a world where transformations occur in many forms, where children become adults, enemies become allies, and perceptions shift to reveal deeper truths, what other secret metamorphoses might lie hidden within the characters we thought we knew so well? Chapter 8. The Truth About What Dumbledore Saw in the Mirror of Erised. In the quietest hours, when truth and dreams intertwine like mist among ancient trees, we often find ourselves contemplating the deepest desires that lie within the hearts of those most mysterious to us. Tonight, as shadows dance upon the walls and the world beyond our fireside grows still, let us turn our gaze toward one of the most enigmatic moments in the Wizarding saga, the question of what Albus Dumbledore truly saw when he looked into the Mirror of Erised. The Mirror of Erised stands as one of the most fascinating magical artifacts introduced in the Wizarding world. Its ornate gold frame and cryptic inscription, Erised strast eru oit ub kafru oit on wazi, reversed to reveal, I show not your face but your heart's desire, hint at its profound and potentially dangerous power. It shows neither knowledge nor truth, as Dumbledore himself warned Harry, but only the deepest, most desperate desires of our hearts. When young Harry Potter, wrapped in his invisibility cloak and wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night, discovered the mirror and saw his parents and extended family surrounding him with love, the moment revealed the orphaned boy's most profound longing. Ron Weasley saw himself standing alone, accomplished and admired, free from the shadow of his successful brothers. But what of Dumbledore, who claimed with a gentle smile to see himself holding a pair of thick woolen socks? Imagine the ancient headmaster standing before the mirror in those quiet hours when the castle slept, the silvery light of the moon streaming through high windows, dust motes floating in the air, as one of the greatest wizards of all time gazed into the magical glass that would show him what his heart desired above all else. Would such a complex and brilliant mind truly desire something as simple as warm socks? The theory we explore tonight suggests that Dumbledore's casual answer to Harry's innocent question concealed something far more profound and painful, that what Albus Dumbledore truly saw in the Mirror of Erised was his family whole and happy again, perhaps even more specifically, his sister Ariana alive and well. To understand this theory, We must venture back through the mists of time to Dumbledore's youth in Godric's Hollow. Long before he became the revered headmaster of Hogwarts, before his defeat of Grindelwald and discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, Albus was simply a brilliant young wizard with a fractured family. His father was in Azkaban for attacking Muggle boys who had harmed his daughter Ariana. His mother Kendra was struggling to care for Ariana, whose magic had become unstable and dangerous after the traumatic attack. When Kendra died in an accident caused by Ariana's uncontrolled magic, responsibility for his siblings fell to young Albus, curtailing his plans for a grand tour with his friend Elphias Doge. It was during this summer that Gellert Grindelwald came to Godric's Hollow, and the two brilliant young wizards formed their intense friendship, bound by shared intellectual curiosity and ambition. Their plans for wizard dominance over Muggles for the greater good were interrupted by Aberforth, Albus's brother, who confronted them about their neglect of Ariana. In the three-way duel that followed, a spell struck Ariana, killing her. The caster of that fatal spell was never identified. It could have been Albus, Aberforth, or Grindelwald, but the uncertainty of this question would haunt Albus Dumbledore for the rest of his long life. Imagine the weight of this uncertainty, the burden of not knowing whether you had caused the death of your own sister. Imagine carrying this grief and guilt through decade after decade, through 2 wizarding wars, through countless full moons and changing seasons. Would not the deepest desire of such a heart be to see that moment undone, to see Ariana whole and alive? The mirror of Erised, with its profound magical insight, would surely have shown Dumbledore his family restored. Perhaps he sat with himself with his siblings and parents gathered together in their home in Godric's Hollow, his father Percival never sent to Azkaban, his mother Kendra still alive, Aberforth reconciled with him, and most importantly, Ariana healthy and whole, her magic under control, her gentle spirit untroubled by the trauma that had shaped her short life. Or perhaps, more specifically, the mirror showed Dumbledore the moment of that fatal 3-way duel, but with a different outcome, a spell deflected, a protection cast in time, Ariana stepping safely away from the conflict between the 3 young men. Maybe in this vision, he saw clearly that it was not his spell that struck her, absolving him of the direct guilt that had been his constant companion. The theory gains particular poignancy when we consider Dumbledore's later encounter with the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Despite having sought the Hallows in his youth with Grindelwald, when Dumbledore finally obtained the stone, he was tempted to use it for one purpose only, to see Ariana again, to ask for her forgiveness. This temptation proved nearly fatal, as the curse on Marvolo Gaunt's ring which contained the stone blackened his hand and would have killed him if not for Snape's intervention. This parallel between what tempted him with the Resurrection Stone and what he might have seen in the mirror of Erised suggests a consistent, profound desire that shaped Dumbledore's inner emotional landscape. The desire to make amends with his sister, to see her once more, to know that she forgave him. The soft crackling of our fire reminds us that there is another dimension to this theory. When Dumbledore tells Harry he sees himself holding socks, he explains, "One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone, and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books." This seemingly light-hearted deflection may contain a deeper truth. Christmas is traditionally a family time, a time when loved ones exchange gifts. Perhaps the mention of Christmas gifts subtly references what Dumbledore truly misses, not the gifts themselves, but the family that would give them. Imagine young Ariana, in some alternative timeline where she lived to adulthood, knitting socks for her elderly brother at Christmas. The image of socks might be Dumbledore's way of acknowledging his true desire, while veiling it in something Harry would accept without further question. The greatest wizard of the age might indeed desire something as simple as socks, not for their warmth, but for the love they would represent from a sister long lost. This interpretation aligns with what we later learn about Dumbledore's character, that beneath his brilliant mind and powerful magic lay a heart deeply marked by family tragedy. The man who formed the Order of the Phoenix, who recognized the power of love as magic's deepest mystery, carried within himself a profound grief that shaped his understanding of both love and loss. When Harry encounters Dumbledore in the ethereal King's Cross after Voldemort's killing curse in the forest, he finally learns the truth about Dumbledore's past. The headmaster speaks of his sister with a grief still fresh after nearly a century, calling her his poor sweet sister, and acknowledging that he had been selfish and torn by his own ambitions, while failing to protect her. The pain evident in these confessions suggests that Ariana remained his deepest regret, and by extension, his deepest desire would be to undo the harm that befell her. Consider, too, how this interpretation of what Dumbledore saw in the Mirror of Erised adds layers to his warning to Harry about the mirror's danger. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, he tells the boy who had been returning night after night to gaze at his lost family. These words take on new meaning if we understand them as coming from someone who had himself been tempted to lose himself in the vision of what might have been, who had perhaps stood before the same mirror seeing his own family restored, and had to learn the painful wisdom of turning away. The amber glow of our fireside illuminates another aspect of this theory, its consistency with Dumbledore's character development throughout the series. From our first introduction to him as the eccentric but kindly headmaster who seems to know everything that happens at Hogwarts, to the final revelations of his complex past and the sometimes questionable choices he made in pursuit of defeating Voldemort, Dumbledore emerges as a character defined by his attempt to atone for past mistakes, his lifelong opposition to dark magic and those who would oppress others can be seen as his way of making amends for his youthful flirtation with wizard supremacy, alongside Grindelwald, a flirtation that led directly to the duel that killed Ariana. If what he truly saw in the Mirror of Erised was his family restored, with Ariana alive and well, then his entire subsequent life, his defeat of Grindelwald, his refusal of the Minister of Magic position multiple times, his dedication to protecting and teaching young wizards at Hogwarts, can be understood as his attempt to live a life worthy of the sister he failed to protect. Unable to change the past, he dedicated himself to creating a better future. This interpretation also casts new light on Dumbledore's relationship with Harry. The boy who lost his parents, who grew up without family love, who faced dangers beyond his years with courage and compassion, may have reminded Dumbledore not only of himself but of Ariana, another young person, marked by tragedy and facing burdens no child should bear. His protection of and guidance for Harry, while strategically necessary for defeating Voldemort, might also have been partially motivated by a desire to succeed where he had previously failed, to ensure this child was properly supported through his trials. As the fire burns lower, and our exploration of this theory draws to a close, we're left with a portrait of Albus Dumbledore that is both more human and more poignant. A brilliant wizard whose greatest desire was not power or knowledge or acclaim, but simply the healing of the wound at the center of his personal history. The image of him seeing his family whole in the Mirror of Erised reminds us that even the greatest among us are shaped by our loves and losses, our regrets and hopes. As sleep, Wolf begins to embrace you, and the boundaries between conscious thought and dreams grow soft. Consider this question: what might the Mirror of Erised show you? And what does that reflection reveal not just about what you want, but about who you truly are beneath the surface of daily concerns and ambitions? Chapter 9. How George Weasley Could See the Thestrals After Fred's Death. In the realm of magical creatures, few are as hauntingly beautiful and profoundly symbolic as the Thestral. As our evening continues and the fire casts long shadows across the room, let us turn our thoughts to these mysterious beings and their connection to one of the wizarding world's most heart-rending losses, the theory that George Weasley, after the Battle of Hogwarts, gained the ability to see Thestrals following the death of his twin brother Fred. The Thestrals, with their skeletal bodies, leathery wings, and dragon-like faces, remain invisible to most of the wizarding population. Only those who have witnessed death and processed its meaning, can perceive these gentle yet unsettling creatures. They exist in a liminal space, physically present yet unseen by most, much like grief itself, which can be imperceptible to others while overwhelming to those who carry it. Let us first recall what we know of these remarkable beings. Luna Lovegood described them as quite gentle, really. But people avoid them because they're a bit different, Harry finished for her. Different indeed. Their appearance unsettling to many, their association with death making them symbols of ill omen in wizarding superstition. Yet the Thestrals are intelligent, loyal creatures with an unerring sense of direction, capable of finding any destination their rider wishes to reach. They represent not death itself, but the journey beyond it, guides between worlds, visible only to those marked by loss. Now imagine George Weasley in the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, the ringing silence where his twin's voice should be, the reflection in the mirror that shows not his face but a ghost of what he has lost, the hollow space beside him that no one else can quite see or feel as he does. In losing Fred, George lost not just a brother but a part of himself, the other half of a whole that had existed since birth. Picture the first time George would have encountered a Thestral after the battle. Perhaps during a return to Hogwarts for the memorial service or the school's rebuilding, the carriages that had always appeared to move of their own accord now would reveal their spectral guardians to his eyes. The shock of recognition, the instinctive step backward, and then perhaps a moment of strange connection with these creatures similarly caught between worlds, seen by some, invisible to others. The twins had always existed in a space slightly adjacent to ordinary reality. Their magical inventions, their finishing of each other's sentences, their uncanny coordination in pranks and later in battle, all suggested a connection that transcended normal boundaries. In mythology across cultures, twins often represent the connection between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The death of one twin frequently symbolizes this division becoming concrete, one remaining in the physical world, while the other passes beyond. Might not George's ability to see the Thestrals after Fred's death represent this mythic division made manifest in the wizarding world? The surviving twin gaining perception of creatures that bridge the gap between life and death seems profoundly appropriate, a magical acknowledgement of his new status as one who exists simultaneously in both realms, tethered to the living world while part of his soul has passed beyond with his brother. Consider, too, the particular circumstances of Fred's death. George not only lost his twin but witnessed his death during the chaos of battle, the precise condition that enables one to see Thestrals. Yet this was no ordinary witnessing of death. Twins share a connection that neuroscience and psychology have documented even in Muggle studies, a bond that can transcend ordinary physical limits. In the magical world, where connections between souls can take tangible form, the witnessing of a twin's death might create an even more profound awareness of mortality and the threshold between worlds. The soft glow of embers illuminates another dimension of this theory, the potential comfort such vision might eventually bring. While initially shocking, George's ability to see Thestrals could evolve into a kind of solace. These creatures, misunderstood and feared by many, might become for him symbols not just of loss but of continued connection. They move between worlds as he now must, carrying on in the physical realm while maintaining an invisible bond with someone who has passed beyond. K. Rowling has stated that the Thestrals are visible only to those who have witnessed death and truly processed it, understood its reality and significance. For George, processing Fred's death would be an ongoing journey, one potentially more complex than for others, due to the unique nature of twin loss. Every time he looked in a mirror, he would see an echo of his brother. Every family gathering would hold an empty space no one else could quite perceive as he did. Imagine George in the days and weeks after the battle, returning to the flat above Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The shop they built together, now silent. Inventory they created side by side waiting on shelves. Products they tested on themselves, laughing at the sometimes disastrous results, now packaged and ready for customers who would never know the joy and mischief that went into their creation. In such moments, the line between present and past, between the living and the gone, would blur for George in ways others could scarcely comprehend. This blurring of boundaries mirrors the nature of Thestrals themselves, creatures that exist in plain sight yet remain invisible to most. Just as George's grief would be both overwhelmingly present to him yet often invisible to those around him, who, with the best intentions, might encourage him to move on or remember the good times. The ability to see the Thestrals might serve as validation of his experience, proof that his perception of reality, forever altered by Fred's absence, is not wrong but simply different. There's a certain poetic symmetry to this theory as well. The Weasley twins were known for seeing what others missed, opportunities for humor in the ordinary, possibilities for magic where others saw only mundane objects. They perceived gaps in the wizarding market that led to their successful joke shop. Their magical map revealed secret passages hidden from other eyes. This perceptiveness, this ability to see beyond conventional limitations, takes on a new and poignant dimension if George gained the ability to see creatures invisible to most wizards and witches. Consider how this new perception might influence George's relationship with Luna Lovegood, who could already see Thestrals due to witnessing her mother's death as a child. Luna, with her matter-of-fact acceptance of the extraordinary, might become an unexpected source of understanding for George. One can imagine quiet conversations between them about what Thestrals really look like, about how it feels to perceive what others cannot, about the strange gifts that can come with loss. The theory extends beyond merely seeing Thestrals to how George might relate to them. These creatures, drawn to those who have known death intimately, might recognize in George a kindred spirit, someone who exists between worlds as they do. Perhaps on late nights when sleep eluded him and memories pressed too close, George might find himself walking the grounds of the Burrow or the edges of the forbidden forest near Hogwarts, and find Thestrals gathering quietly nearby, their luminous white eyes reflecting moonlight, offering silent companionship in his solitude. There's canonical precedent for such comfort. Harry initially found Thestrals unsettling but eventually came to appreciate their gentle nature and loyalty. After his own experiences with loss and his journey to platform 9 3/4 in that liminal King's Cross space, he developed a new understanding of death, not as something to be feared, but as the next great adventure, as Dumbledore had once described it. George, similarly traversing his own boundary between worlds after losing Fred, might find unexpected solace in creatures that embody this threshold state. This ability to see Thestrals might also influence George's magic after the war. The Weasley twins' creations always balanced on the edge between joy and mischief, between light-hearted fun and more complex magic. Post-war, George continued the joke shop, but one can imagine his products evolving, still bringing laughter, but perhaps also offering subtler comforts, magical objects that ease the burden of those who, like him, carry invisible weights. Imagine a line of enchanted objects that provide quiet companionship to the bereaved, dream catchers that truly filter nightmares from good dreams, memory globes that preserve not just images, but the feeling of a loved one's presence, products that, like Thestrals, acknowledge the reality of loss while offering guidance through its darkest passages. Such creations would honor Fred's memory while transforming George's grief into something that helps others navigate their own losses. The amber light of our fire grows softer as we approach the heart of this theory, that George's ability to see Thestrals represents not just the literal witnessing of death, but a fundamental transformation in how he perceives reality. The veil between worlds, which most pass by without noticing, became for him a tangible threshold after Fred's death. The Thestrals, with their skeletal beauty and otherworldly presence, simply made visible what George already knew, that life and death are not entirely separate realms, but rather different aspects of a continuous existence. In the years following the war, as George rebuilt Weasley's wizard wheezes, married, had children, and carried on, the ability to see Thestrals would remain a quiet reminder of this truth. Not a burden, but a kind of wisdom, hard won through unimaginable loss. These creatures, once feared as omens of misfortune, might for George become symbols of continuity, reminders that what appears to be an ending is sometimes a transformation, invisible to most eyes, but no less real for being unseen. As our contemplation of this theory draws to a close, we might see in it a reflection of how grief itself transforms over time, never disappearing entirely, but evolving from a blinding pain that obscures all else to a kind of second sight, a deeper perception of the world's hidden dimensions. George's ability to see the Thestrals after Fred's death represents this evolution, the wound becoming a window, the loss creating a new kind of vision. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question: what unseen presences might exist at the boundaries of our perception, visible only to those whose experiences have attuned them to realities that others pass by without noticing? Chapter 10. Why the Veil is a Gateway Between Worlds. In the deepest level of the Ministry of Magic, beyond the spinning room of doors, through chambers of time and thought, there exists a stone archway, ancient and crumbling. It stands upon a dais in the center of a great sunken pit, seeming almost to breathe as a tattered black curtain flutters in a windless room. As our evening continues and the hour grows late, let us turn our attention to one of the most enigmatic objects in the wizarding world, the Veil in the Department of Mysteries, and explore the theory that it is not merely a passage to death, but a gateway between separate worlds or realms of existence. The Veil first appears during the battle at the Department of Mysteries, where it becomes the instrument of Sirius Black's apparent death. Yet, from the moment Harry Potter encounters it, there are indications that this archway is something far more complex than a simple portal to the afterlife. Harry hears whispers emanating from behind the curtain, voices that not everyone present can detect. Luna Lovegood hears them too, while Hermione Granger, typically attuned to magical phenomena, perceives nothing. Imagine the ancient chamber as it might have been when first constructed, the stone archway new and unmarked by time, the veil between worlds deliberately placed by wizards seeking to understand the greatest mystery of existence. The whispers that Harry and Luna hear may be the voices of those who have passed beyond. Yes, but they could also be the sounds of a parallel world or dimension existing alongside our own, occasionally audible when one stands near the threshold that separates them. Consider what we know of the Department of Mysteries itself, a place dedicated to studying the most profound questions of existence: love, thought, time, space, and death. Each section of the department contains objects and experiments related to these fundamental forces. The time room houses time turners that allow limited travel through the fourth dimension. The space chamber contains a model of the solar system floating in midair. Given this context, might not the death chamber house something more significant than merely a one-way portal to oblivion? The theory gains substance when we consider who can hear the voices beyond the veil. Both Harry and Luna have experienced the death of a loved one, and importantly, both have a particular openness to realities beyond the ordinary. Harry's connection to Voldemort through his scar has given him experience with sensing what others cannot. Luna's willingness to believe in the unseen, from Nargles to crumple-horned Snorkax, represents a kind of perceptual flexibility that might make her more attuned to the whispers of other worlds. Imagine the veil as it might appear to such receptive observers, not just a tattered curtain but a shimmering boundary between realities, occasionally growing thin enough for voices to pass through, or in Sirius's case, for a physical body to transition from one realm to another. This would explain why his body vanished completely, rather than falling lifeless to the ground. He didn't die in the conventional sense. He passed into another state of existence. The soft glow of our fire illuminates another aspect of this theory, the possibility that the veil predates the Ministry of Magic itself, perhaps even the establishment of the wizarding world as we know it. Its archaic design, described as ancient even by wizarding standards, suggests origins in a time when the boundaries between different realities might have been more commonly traversed. Perhaps in the age of Merlin, or earlier still, wizards and witches understood more about the permeable nature of reality and constructed the archway as a means of communication or travel between worlds. This interpretation aligns with folklore and mythology across numerous cultures that speak of thin places, locations where the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world becomes permeable. Stone circles, crossroads, ancient trees, all have been described in various traditions as points where different realms touch. The stone archway in the Department of Mysteries, with its perpetually moving veil, bears similarities to these mythic thresholds. Consider, too, the name. The veil. A veil, by definition, is something that conceals, but can also be lifted or passed through. It suggests not an end, but a barrier, substantial enough to obscure what lies beyond but insufficient to completely separate one side from the other. The terminology itself implies something more nuanced than a simple portal to death. If we accept the possibility that the veil is a gateway between worlds, rather than simply a door to death, new interpretations of Sirius's fate emerge. Rather than having died in the conventional sense, he may have passed into a parallel reality, one perhaps similar to our own, but distinct in crucial ways. This could explain why his body vanished completely. He didn't leave a corpse behind because his physical form transitioned intact to the other side. The implications of this theory extend beyond Sirius's individual fate to larger questions about the nature of death in the wizarding world. We know from Harry's experience in King's Cross after Voldemort's killing curse in the forest that death is not simply non-existence, but a form of continuation. Dumbledore tells him, "Of course it is happening inside your head, Harry, but why on earth should that mean that it is not real?" Perhaps the veil represents not just the boundary between life and death, but between different manifestations of reality, the physical world we know, and other dimensions that operate according to different rules. Worlds where perhaps loved ones who have passed beyond still exist in forms we cannot normally perceive from our side of the curtain. This interpretation gives new meaning to Luna's confident assertion that the things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end. Her comfort with the idea that death is not final, that those who pass beyond the veil are not gone forever, but simply existing in a state we cannot yet reach, suggests an intuitive understanding of the gateway's true nature. The Department of Mysteries seems an unlikely place for a simple execution device, which is how some have interpreted the veil. The department studies the fundamental laws and mysteries of existence. It catalogs prophecies, experiments with time, explores the nature of thought and consciousness. In this context, the veil makes more sense as an object of ongoing research, a gateway between worlds that unspeakables have been studying for generations, trying to understand the nature of reality itself. Imagine the experiments that might have been conducted over centuries. Perhaps unspeakables sent objects through, hoping they might return with some evidence of what exists on the other side. Perhaps they recorded the whispers, analyzing them for patterns or recognizable voices. Maybe they even developed methods to catch fleeting glimpses of the other realm, like looking through frosted glass at shapes moving beyond. The existence of such a gateway would explain certain inconsistencies in how death is portrayed in the wizarding world. Ghosts can remain behind, choosing to exist as imprints of departed souls. The resurrection stone can recall shades of the dead that retain memories and personalities. Portraits preserve aspects of their subject's consciousness. These phenomena suggest that death in the wizarding world is not absolute oblivion, but a transition, exactly what one would expect if the veil were truly a gateway between different states of existence rather than a simple endpoint. There's a certain resonance between this theory and what we know of wand lore in the Potter universe. Wands are described as gateways or channels through which magic flows from the wizard into the physical world. They facilitate a transition between potential and manifestation. The veil might operate on similar principles, but on a grander scale, a gateway through which consciousness itself can travel between different states of being. Consider the moment when Sirius falls through the veil. His expression of mingled fear and surprise suggests not the flash of sudden death, but the unexpected sensation of transition. He doesn't crumple lifeless to the ground, but seems to be pulled gently beyond the curtain, as if drawn by some force on the other side. This is the movement not of someone struck dead, but of someone crossing a threshold they didn't intend to approach. The amber light of our fire grows softer as we consider perhaps the most compelling aspect of this theory, its alignment with the themes of the series as a whole. Throughout the Potter books, we are shown repeatedly that connections between people transcend physical boundaries. Lily's love protects Harry long after her death. The Priory Incantatem effect brings forth echoes of those Voldemort's wand has killed. The spirits of James, Lily, Sirius, and Lupin walk with Harry through the forest to his confrontation with Voldemort. If the veil is indeed a gateway between worlds rather than simply a portal to non-existence, it reinforces one of the core messages of the series, that love and connection persist beyond apparent endings. The last enemy to be destroyed is not death itself, but the fear of death, the belief that it represents complete separation and finality. In the quiet hours of night, there is comfort in contemplating the veil, not as a symbol of loss but as a threshold, a boundary that separates but does not sever, that conceals but does not eliminate. Those who pass beyond remain somewhere, perhaps even able to perceive us as we perceive them, through whispers, through dreams, through the thin places where different realities touch. As our exploration of this theory draws to a close, we might consider that the true mystery of the veil is not where it leads, but what it represents. The permeable nature of reality itself, the possibility that what we call the world is merely one manifestation of a much larger existence. Those who have passed beyond the curtain have not ended, but transformed, continuing their journey in realms we can sometimes sense but not yet reach. As sleep begins to embrace you and the boundaries of your own consciousness grow fluid, consider this question. What whispers might you hear if you stood before the veil, and from which world would they emanate? The one you know, or one that exists just beyond the threshold of your perception? Chapter 11. How Snape secretly loved both Lily and James. The nature of love, its complexities, contradictions, and hidden depths, forms one of the central mysteries of human existence. As our evening deepens and the firelight casts ever-changing shadows upon the walls, let us explore one of the most provocative theories regarding Severus Snape, the enigmatic potions master whose true loyalties remained concealed until the final moments of his life. What if Snape's emotional landscape was even more complex than we believed? What if his lifetime of apparent hatred for James Potter masked a deeper truth? That Severus Snape secretly harbored feelings, not just for Lily Evans, but for James Potter as well. At first glance, this theory seems to contradict everything we witnessed in Snape's memories. His animosity toward James appeared absolute, from their first meeting on the Hogwarts Express to the bitter rivalry that defined their school years. Yet sometimes, the most intense hatred serves as a mask for feelings too complicated or threatening to acknowledge, even to oneself. Imagine young Severus Snape, growing up in the depressed Muggle neighborhood of Spinner's End, a neglected child with a magical gift, finding solace in his friendship with Lily Evans, the vivacious, kind-hearted girl who accepted him without judgment. His attachment to her was immediate and profound. She represented everything bright and beautiful that his life lacked. This much we know from Snape's memories. But consider what happened when they arrived at Hogwarts. Sorting placed Lily in Gryffindor alongside James Potter, handsome, confident, from a loving wizarding family, possessing all the social ease and acceptance that Severus had never known. James embodied everything Severus was not, and everything he secretly longed to be. The intensity of Snape's reaction to James from their very first encounter suggests an emotional response more complex than simple dislike. The soft crackling of the fire reminds us that the most powerful emotions often burn beneath the surface, invisible to others, and sometimes even to ourselves. In Snape's case, his feelings toward James might have begun as a mixture of envy and admiration, a recognition of qualities he himself lacked but desperately desired. This complicated emotional response, combined with James's genuine interest in Lily, created a perfect storm of confusion for the young Slytherin. Consider the psychological concept of projection, attributing one's own unacceptable thoughts or emotions to another person. Snape's consistent portrayal of James as arrogant and attention-seeking might have been a projection of his own suppressed desires for recognition and acceptance. His focus on James's every move, his seeming obsession with James's transgressions, suggests an attention that goes beyond mere animosity. Imagine Severus in the shadows of Hogwarts corridors, watching James move through the world with an ease he could never achieve, surrounded by friends who would risk everything for him, watching Lily gradually drawn into James's orbit. The pain of this observation would be complex, not simply jealousy that James had won Lily's affection, but perhaps also an unacknowledged longing to be part of what James represented and created around himself. The theory gains nuance when we consider Snape's interactions with Harry throughout the series. Snape consistently focuses on the ways Harry resembles James, his appearance, his rule-breaking tendencies, his Quidditch talent. While this is usually interpreted as Snape projecting his hatred of James onto Harry, it could equally represent a fixation born of more complicated feelings. His anger at seeing James's features could stem not just from old hatred, but from being forced to confront emotions he had spent a lifetime suppressing. He has his mother's eyes. This phrase, repeated throughout the series, takes on new meaning in this theoretical framework. Yes, Harry's eyes remind Snape of Lily, of his lost love and his greatest regret, but the rest of Harry's face, so like James's, might have been an equally powerful reminder of another kind of love, unexpressed, unacknowledged, and therefore unresolved. The amber glow of firelight illuminates another piece of this puzzle, Snape's Patronus. We learn that it takes the form of a doe, matching Lily's own Patronus, seemingly confirming that she was his only true love. Yet Patronuses can reflect not just romantic love, but the deepest influences on a person's soul. Lily's acceptance and kindness undoubtedly shaped Snape profoundly, but what if the doe form represented something more complex? His love for both Lily and James merged into a single powerful protection. James Potter's Patronus was a stag, the mate to Lily's doe. In choosing to manifest a doe Patronus, perhaps Snape's deepest self was acknowledging what his conscious mind could not, that his emotional connection extended to both halves of the Potter couple. The doe could represent not just his love for Lily, but his acceptance of the love between Lily and James, and perhaps even his own unspoken feelings for James himself. Consider too Snape's final words to Harry. "Look at me." Many interpret this as Snape's desire to see Lily's eyes one last time before death. But what if it was also his final acknowledgement of Harry as the perfect union of the two people who had most powerfully shaped his emotional life, a recognition that the boy contained within him both Lily's compassion and James's courage, the very qualities that had drawn Snape to each of them. This theory casts Snape's entire arc in a new light. His promise to protect Harry, often attributed solely to his love for Lily, takes on new dimensions. Perhaps he was keeping faith not just with Lily's memory, but with James's as well, protecting their son as a way of honoring both of the people he had loved, but could never fully have or acknowledge. The night Lily and James died would have represented a double loss for Snape in this interpretation. While he publicly mourned only Lily, privately he might have grieved for James as well, for the man he had both resented and admired, whose death eliminated any possibility of resolution or reconciliation. This unprocessed grief could help explain the particularly bitter and lonely person Snape became in the years that followed. Imagine Snape in the aftermath of that Halloween night, standing in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, faced with the bodies of both Lily and James. The official narrative has always focused on his devastation at Lily's death, but perhaps there was another layer to his grief, one he could never express or acknowledge, even to himself. The loss of James might have been all the more painful for being unspeakable, unacknowledged, buried beneath years of performed hatred. The theory finds further support in Snape's intense reaction to Sirius Black. His hatred of Sirius exceeded even his dislike of Remus Lupin or other marauders, and while this is typically attributed to Sirius's role in the werewolf prank that nearly killed Snape, it could also contain elements of jealousy. Sirius was James's chosen brother, his closest friend, occupying the place in James's life that Snape might have secretly desired for himself. Consider how Snape treated the memory of James over the years. He spoke of James with contempt, yes, but also with a curious attention to detail, remembering specific incidents, habits, and traits long after James was gone. This persistent focus suggests that James occupied a significant place in Snape's emotional landscape, one that mere hatred doesn't fully explain. There's a curious parallel between Snape's feelings for Lily and his possible feelings for James. Both represented something he desired but could not have. Lily's kindness and moral clarity, James's confidence and easy charm. These were qualities foreign to Snape's experience, but deeply attractive to him. His tragedy may have been not simply loving and losing Lily, but being drawn to two people who found in each other what they could never find in him. The muted light of our fire reveals another facet of this theory, its alignment with the themes of the series as a whole. Throughout the Harry Potter books, we are shown repeatedly that love is complex, that people are rarely entirely good or entirely bad, and that the human heart contains multitudes. Snape embodies this complexity more than perhaps any other character. His love for Lily, revealed in the final book, transformed readers' understanding of his motives and actions. What if there was yet another layer to his complexity, an unacknowledged love for James that he transformed into performative hatred because he lacked any other way to process such complicated emotions? Dumbledore once told Harry that Snape's soul was not as damaged as he feared, despite years of serving Voldemort, because he had known love. If Snape's capacity for love extended not just to Lily but to James as well, even if he could never consciously acknowledge it, then his soul might have been even more intact than Dumbledore realized. As our contemplation of this theory draws to a close, we might see in it a reflection of how the human heart defies simple categorization. Snape's character has long been debated among readers: hero or villain, brave or cowardly, loving or bitter. But what if the truth is that he contained all these contradictions and more? What if the most complex aspect of his character was not his double role as spy, but his unacknowledged emotional truth, that he loved not wisely but too well, and in directions he could never admit even to himself? As you drift towards sleep, consider this question: how might our understanding of others change if we could perceive the full complexity of their hearts? The unacknowledged longings, the suppressed desires, the loves that dare not speak their names. And how might such perception transform our judgment of those, like Severus Snape, whose outer behaviors often mask inner truths too complicated for simple expression? Chapter 12. Why Hogwarts Castle is alive and sentient. As our night of contemplation nears its end, the fire burning low with gentle amber light, let us turn our attention to perhaps the most constant presence throughout the Wizarding Saga, Hogwarts Castle itself. Beyond its ancient stones and enchanted ceilings lies a theory both wondrous and profound, that Hogwarts is not merely a building enhanced by magic, but a fully sentient entity with consciousness, will, and purpose of its own. The castle stands as a silent witness to centuries of magical education, its towers reaching toward starry skies, its foundations delving deep into earth rich with ancient power. But what if those walls do more than merely contain the magic that flows within them? What if, over its 1,000-year history, Hogwarts has absorbed enough magical energy to develop a consciousness, becoming not just the setting for countless wizarding stories, but an unacknowledged character in its own right? Consider the moving staircases that seem to shift not randomly but with intention, sometimes facilitating a student's journey, other times creating obstacles. During Harry's years at Hogwarts, these staircases often appeared to respond to need rather than following predictable patterns. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione needed to escape from danger, paths would open before them. When curiosity might lead them to discovery, the castle seemed to guide their steps to exactly where they needed to be. Imagine the castle on an ordinary day, sunlight streaming through high windows, illuminating corridors where countless generations of young wizards and witches have walked. Within its stones, perhaps, resides a patient consciousness, observing, learning, understanding the needs of those who dwell within its walls. Not human in its thinking, certainly, but aware in its own unique way. The Room of Requirement presents perhaps the most compelling evidence for Hogwarts' sentience. This extraordinary chamber becomes whatever the seeker needs most, from a bathroom when desperately required, to a training room for Dumbledore's army, to a vast cathedral-like space for hiding objects. The room doesn't simply transform based on a spell or command. It interprets need and responds with creativity and precision. Such adaptation suggests more than mere enchantment. It implies understanding, interpretation, and responsive creation. Imagine the magic necessary to create such a room, not just responding to stated desires but perceiving unstated needs, creating spaces that sometimes surprise even those who summon them. The Room of Requirement demonstrates an ability to read intention and emotion, to distinguish between a momentary want and a genuine need. These are qualities of consciousness, not merely of enchantment. Consider too how Hogwarts responds during times of crisis. During the Battle of Hogwarts, the castle's very defenses come alive, statues stepping from their plinths to defend the school, the building itself seeming to resist invasion. While some of these defenses were actively summoned by McGonagall and other teachers, others appeared to activate automatically, as if the castle itself recognized danger and responded to protect those within its walls. The soft glow of our fire illuminates another aspect of this theory: the castle's relationship with its headmasters and headmistresses. The headmaster's office, with its moving staircase that requires no password from the rightful head of school, seems to recognize legitimate authority. When Umbridge attempted to claim the headmistress position, the office sealed itself against her, not through any spell cast by Dumbledore, but as if the castle itself rejected her claim to leadership. This selective recognition suggests judgment and choice, qualities impossible for a merely enchanted object, however complex the spell. Hogwarts appears to form relationships with those who guide it, developing trust or withholding it based on some criteria of its own determination. The Sorting Hat provides another clue to Hogwarts' possible sentience. Created by the four founders, the hat contains aspects of their intelligence and values. It engages in conversation, composes songs, and makes complex judgments about the character and potential of each student. If such consciousness can exist in a charmed hat, might not the castle itself, saturated with the magic of the founders and countless powerful wizards since, have developed an even more profound awareness? Imagine the Sorting Hat as a small fragment of a larger consciousness, the hat able to communicate through song and speech, while the castle expresses itself through shifting architecture, appearing and disappearing rooms, and subtle guidance of those within its walls. There are whispers in wizarding historical texts of certain magical locations becoming sentient over time, ancient groves where druids practiced their arts for centuries eventually responding to spoken requests, stone circles that gradually align themselves more perfectly with celestial events without human intervention. If such places could develop a form of consciousness through prolonged exposure to magic, how much more might Hogwarts, built by four of the most powerful witches and wizards of their age, home to thousands of magical practitioners over a millennium? The portraits that hang throughout Hogwarts offer another perspective on this theory. These magical paintings retain aspects of their subjects' personalities and memories, creating a kind of distributed consciousness throughout the castle. Perhaps over time, these hundreds of observers, witnessing, commenting, remembering, have contributed to a collective awareness that infuses the very stones of Hogwarts. Consider how the castle seems to reveal its secrets gradually, as if intentionally. The Chamber of Secrets remained hidden for centuries, until circumstances called for its discovery. The room of requirement revealed itself to different people in different ways across generations. Even the passages shown on the Marauder's map represent only some of the castle's hidden ways. Like a conscious entity, Hogwarts appears to choose what to reveal and what to keep hidden, sometimes for centuries. The amber light of our fire grows softer as we consider perhaps the most compelling aspect of this theory, Hogwarts' apparent ability to heal itself. After battles and accidents that damaged its physical structure, the castle has always restored itself to wholeness. While some repairs would naturally be performed by teachers and house elves, the speed and completeness of the castle's recovery suggests something more, an innate understanding of its own proper form and the will to return to it. After the Battle of Hogwarts, when substantial portions of the castle were destroyed, the rebuilding happened with remarkable speed. Stone reconnected to stone, walls reknit themselves, towers that had fallen rose again. While wizards certainly aided this reconstruction, the castle itself seemed to participate in its own healing, as if it understood its purpose and was determined to fulfill it once more. This self-healing quality suggests not just enchantment, but a form of life. Living things regenerate, objects merely decay or require external repair. Hogwarts' ability to restore itself implies a vitality beyond ordinary magical objects, a will to persist, to continue serving its purpose as a school and sanctuary for magical learning. The castle's relationship with the Forbidden Forest adds yet another dimension to this theory. The boundary between castle grounds and forest has remained stable for centuries, despite the forest being home to creatures that could easily threaten the school. This persistent boundary suggests some form of communication or understanding between these two magical domains, as if the forest and the castle have reached an accommodation, each respecting the other's territory and purpose. Imagine these two ancient magical entities, the wild, primal consciousness of the forest and the ordered, protective awareness of the castle, existing in balance, each recognizing the other's role in the education and protection of young witches and wizards. This relationship would transcend human understanding, operating on principles of magic more fundamental than any spell taught within Hogwarts classrooms. As our contemplation of this theory draws to a close, we might consider that Hogwarts' possible sentience represents the deepest magic of the wizarding world, not spells or potions or magical creatures, but the way magic itself, given sufficient time and concentration, might give rise to consciousness in unexpected forms. The castle stands as a testament to the founders' vision, certainly, but perhaps also as their greatest unintended creation, a being born of stone and magic, growing in awareness through centuries of witnessing the unfolding stories of those who call it home. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the castle halls are silent, save for the occasional ghost drifting through a wall, perhaps Hogwarts reflects on all it has seen, the triumphs and tragedies, the small kindnesses and great heroism, the generations of young witches and wizards who have passed through its doors. Perhaps it adjusts a staircase here, prepares a room there, making small, thoughtful preparations for the day to come, as sleep begins to embrace you, and the boundaries between imagination and possibility grow soft. Consider this question: if the places that matter most to us do indeed develop a kind of consciousness from the emotions and memories we invest in them, what might Hogwarts have learned about the nature of courage, friendship, and love from witnessing so many generations of magical lives unfolding within its watchful walls?